we are back, and my streamer lighting's not on. Whoops. Whoops. Okay, there we go. That's better. Boy, what a great start. I also forgot to change the text, because I mean we are gonna be watching some last Flixbender, but not yet. We got a little stuff to talk about. First off, I just want to say, I mean, I don't mean to be too vain, but I think I'm looking pretty good today. This is one of my favorite ensembles that I got. This overshirt right here, classic, tribal design. Used to be real hot back in like the early aughts. I think this one used to be my dad's, and then he passed it down to me. Fits me pretty good. You know what they say, that fashion like works in cycles, so I guess I'm waiting for this kind of style to be back in fashion, because the other thing they say is, fashion is temporary but style is forever. This is my style right here, although my favorite color is still blue, but I have an appreciation for all colors. And I think my fit might be a little too fire because it's getting a little hot in here. I gotta turn the fan on. Speaking of orange, got my live wire shipment in earlier this week, or last week, I guess. It's Sunday. But yeah, I've had this for a while. Nice tribal shirt. This shirt underneath, pretty dang old. I've still got a lot of my old shirts from when I was in college or high school, but this one I think might actually be a bit older. I think this is dating back to my middle school days, and it still fits pretty okay. It's a little tight, but not too bad. I just can't bear to part with it because, I mean, just look at it. It's such a perfect complement. The orange, and I mean, it's a little hard to make out on stream, but like little red outlines on the tribal patterns there. And then my little tag and crest that I got here. This is actually the wrong crest. Hold on, let me swap this out here. There we go. That's better. Got my little crest of courage on. Can't hold it up to the camera too close. It's got a little tiny magnet in it. Nice. I was very psyched to get the tag and crest collection because it basically means I got one accessory that goes with every outfit, and I got a lot of different outfits. I mean, like I was saying, I got an appreciation for lots of different colors. Let me lean this forward. So I got like a blue outfit, orange, red, green, yellow, purple. I even got a pink outfit. That was a new addition within the past couple of years. But yeah, start of another awesome day is what I'd like to say, but I've received some bad news. You see, this here is an empty envelope because I'm obviously not going to flash, very personal identifying information on stream in front of a bunch of random strangers online. But the contents of that envelope were very, very, how do I put this? Stupid, I guess, is the best word. They were just stupid because I've got a bit of a medical condition, not super serious. It's not a big deal as far as I can tell, but it's just something that I wanted taken care of, and not gonna get too personal or intimate about it. But basically, I just wanted some medical care, and unfortunately, the health insurance that I have, the only kind I can really afford, is very, very bad. And which has really been my experience with health insurance in general, honestly. I'm not sure there is good health insurance, and if there is, I can't afford it. But, it's got a limited network, and so I had to go to a very crappy clinic. It was the only clinic in my area that's part of that network. I went there. I talked to them about it. They forwarded me to this other place. Not gonna name any places. Don't want to geolocate myself. But basically, all they did was just to pass me off to someone else. It was stupid. Like, why refer me to someone who's just gonna refer me to someone else? Why play hot potato with me? Just really, really annoying. Just getting ping ponged around, and for the service of basically just telling me, look, we're not going to help you. These other people, they're going to do it for you instead. They tried to charge me to the tune of like $223. For what? For the non-service of just passing me off to someone else? You want me to pay you over $200 for being a middleman? For not doing anything, not helping me. I must have been in that clinic for like 5 minutes tops, and they see it fit to charge me over $200. I mean, the insurance thankfully paid off, like, I don't know, like 150 of it or whatever, but it doesn't make me feel any better. I still shouldn't have been charged in the first place for their non-service. I mean, I just don't get it. I don't. It's absolutely absurd. I'm not going to celebrate just because I didn't get ripped off as much as I could have. Especially since the only reason I wound up at that place in the first place is because, like, the first clinic referred me to them. And the only reason I went to that clinic is because they were part of my very limited network. So I'm being forced to pay these people to not help me. And by the way, the third service in question, I went to one clinic, they referred me to another, they then referred me to another. That third facility didn't help me either, because they wanted $150 up front for a consultation fee. Stupid. Like, that is... Someone is way too high off their own fumes if they think it's worth $150 just to talk to them. And the end result is probably just going to be, I find out it's way too much and I can't afford it anyway. That much less so now that I've spent $150 for nothing, just to talk about the proposition of me paying you even more money to do the thing that will actually help me. It's really... And I hate to say it, but it's something I've been dealing with pretty much my entire life. The whole healthcare / health insurance scene is critically corrupt, and it's really been a drag. A lifelong drag. Like, I don't think there's been a moment in my life where it has not plagued me. The way that the people that are supposed to help you don't help you, and then they charge you for their lack of help. But enough doom and gloom. We got some cool stuff to talk about to hopefully try and cheer myself up. I got a little upgrade to my Final Fantasy VII display. I mean, you see over here, I got all my little cubes that I'm working on, and it's hard to tell from this angle, but you can kind of see there's already some new additions. So I got a little picture here that'll help illuminate things. as soon as OBS stops freaking out. Bam. It's, what? What? It's weird because it's, you know what it is? It's using the same source as One Piece mode, so it's all square and dark and stuff. So, great. I gotta fix that. And I can't right now, but I mean, you get the gist of it. It's, well, I mean, I'll pull it up now because, you know, you may recall there is no One Piece this week. It's on break. So I guess I'll just go ahead and tweak this real quick, like. Nope. Filters. Turn the crop off. Turn the color correction off. Thank you very much. And there we go. Much better. So you can see at some point that I didn't notice, they released like a season 2 of these little Final Fantasy VII field model figures. And Sephiroth needs a little dusting right there. You might think that this is dust, all these little particles right here, but it's not. The surface that they're on is just really sparkly for some reason. But yeah, it's got Yuffie and Sid and Ketchi. Ketchi's an absolute unit, by the way. I thought Barrett was the biggest. He's definitely the tallest, but golly, Ketchi's got to be twice the size, maybe even 3 times the size, and twice the weight of every other figure. He is gigantic, and we got Rufus and Rude and Song. Song fell down, actually. That's another thing, is I haven't had the chance to glue on the little stands that you see here onto the new figures. I still got them laying around. Unfortunately, the way that I purchased them, they did not come with stands. But the ones that I already got from Jaren for, like, I think it was a Christmas present, they came with tons and tons and tons of spare stands. The other thing, though, is I gotta get some super glue, which is really annoying, because I don't know if I'm just doing it wrong, but every time I get super glue, I use it once, I put the lid on, then the super glues itself shut. I can never use it again. I gotta get more super glue. And I just hate dealing with super glue in general anyway. I hate when you accidentally get on your skin. It feels all weird. I don't know if this happens to anyone else, but it makes your skin feel kind of numb. And it's just a chore to get off. I hate it. But I'm going to have to get more. And speaking of figures, you know, I'm still waiting for something to show up that's going to help me with my Haruko model over here. Let me try and pick her up without breaking her into little tiny pieces, because she is very, very fragile. But I got a thing coming that's like a little stand that's got a claw on it. It's gonna latch onto her supple waist and keep her picked up. And something just broke off. Great. Thanks for that. And yep, should have known. As soon as I pick it up, stuff starts falling apart. She's in little pieces now. Look at this. So yeah, just one more reason why I need super glue. I gotta, like, let me just tear this out, get rid of this stupid useless normal glue. And her hand came off. That was very difficult to glue into place. And now it's fallen off. Now she's just a little pile of crap. This is the last model I will ever build. This is the first model also, by the way. I mean, unless you count, you know, something like this, where it's just, but this is just like basic, like, you know, just popping into place. It's basically just Lego bricks. Haruko, is like way more serious. She's like an actual model where there's hardcore assembly required. Where you need to actually come prepped with all your little tools and super glue and paint and special brushes and all sorts of things. Stuff that I was not ready to get into. I thought it was going to be super simple. Just pop these pieces together, put on a little sticker for her face, and you're done. But no. There's all these extra steps where you gotta glue it in place, and you gotta actually paint her face on, and you gotta treat her with like special whatever. And then you gotta figure out a way for her to stand up because she doesn't stand up on her own. Golly, I cannot imagine this being somebody's hobby. How do you put up with this? This is just annoying. This isn't fun at all. Like, just touching this model has already ruined my day more than it's already been ruined. Really irksome. And I think I might have talked about this before in another stream, but there was another problem where I already had her belt on, then she fell over, and the belt came off when I didn't notice, and then I glued her together. And so, once she was glued together, I could not put the belt on. So I had to, like, cut it to where now it's not one solid piece anymore. But now that she's been broken in two, now I didn't even have to do that. So there's a lot of stuff I got to do over now before I can even worry about getting her stood up on her little stand, which is taking a freaking long time to show up. I mean, I know it's Christmas season, but I also don't care. Amazon just needs to get their game together. But yeah, very bipolar today. As you can see, I mean, it doesn't help that I'm drinking Mountain Dew, which I'm pretty sure was proven to like agitate bipolar disorder and ADHD and all that kind of thing. Is there yellow? Yeah, there's yellow dye in here. I think at some point I learned that yellow dye is like super bad for like your mental health. Is like anti brain food. No, whatever. And one other thing about this set, by the way, was that I saw there was a little bonus figurine. And by the way, just real quick, I forgot to comment on this, but I really like how it comes with a little save point. That's neat. Which comes with its own stand. Not sure why this came with its own stand, but not any of the others. They really do need a stand. Especially Eris. She was the one that was always falling over the most, which seemed like an interesting coincidence. And now I find out that Song also has a problem with falling down. I know Song and Eris, that they have like a thing. Maybe Song is falling for her. Interesting. Interesting little coincidence there that Song and Eris are the ones that are falling down. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, there was like a bonus figure that was just Zack. And would have been nice to get that, but it didn't come with the set that I got, but whatever. It's not a huge deal. I got pretty much everyone I wanted and then some. I mean, I didn't need a little soldier figure. I didn't even really need anyone except the main characters and maybe Sephiroth. So, not too broken up about it. That Zack figure's not too valuable to me. Probably not going to order it. I mean, it's not like vintage, original, fully coolly merchandise that's still in box. Yeah, I finally got these. I've had my eye on them for a long time, and I finally saved up some money and went ahead and got them. Got them for a deal too. It was both of them for like I don't know, like 150 or something like that. Unfortunately, I really could have gone for the blue version of Conti. As far as I can tell, it's just 3 figures: Haruko, red Conti, and then blue Conti. And I couldn't find the blue Conti anymore. I found him before, but I guess I just waited too long to get him, and now he's nowhere to be found on eBay. Hopefully he turns up again, because I really like to complete the collection. Here's the problem, though. I don't really know where to put them. I thought I knew. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized it was a bad idea. Now you see there's a little sunlight coming through my I'm blanking on the word, sheets, blankets, curtains. There's some light coming through the curtains. I didn't like pin them back with little magnets like I usually do, and I did that on purpose just to illustrate my point. See, I thought I was just going to go ahead and hang these up in box on little nails on these little hooks like you're supposed to, right up there above the fan. But then you can see that there's sunlight coming through, and it's worse on camera. And on camera, everything's like super overexposed. I don't know if you can tell, but the light in this room is actually really, really low, because otherwise it gets super exposed. My head gets all shiny like King Neptune. But still, it's still sunlight, and so I looked at it and I thought to myself, I don't know. I don't want these to get sun bleached. These are valuable collector's items. And I've been to so many collector stores where stuff just sits in the window forever and ever, and it turns all like nasty and pale and yellow and blue. I mean, granted, the packaging is it's already largely yellow and blue, but whatever. I want to take care of these, so I still got to figure out where I want to put them. Up till now, they've just been kind of stacked up in the top of my closet over here, with some more in-box anime figures. Hold on a second. Now, I'm pretty sure I already showed this on stream at some point, but a local flea market, or not really flea market, like an antique store, weird variety store, whatever you want to call it, that they were just selling in-box Cowboy Bebop figures. I mean, the box has been through a little bit of hell, but it's still pretty cool. Maybe not as cool as if, say, everything was to scale. We got a giant Spike and a giant Faye, and then a little tiny swordfish with a little tiny chair. Like, how are they going to fit in there? Is this a swordfish made for ants? And then we got a little Einstein, of course, and a couple missiles, which I don't know how you're supposed to attach those. And I'm not going to find out, because that's another one that's just going to stay in box. Even though it's not really in good condition. It's been considerably yellowed over time. Don't know if you can tell. But it's a little nasty, even though it is in box. And it's got some tape there. Ooh, that tape. That's a great example of how much this has been through. Can you see how yellow that is? Like, just for me, like putting my fingers behind it, you can see. Very old. Well, I mean, not very old. How old is Cowboy Bebop? Oh, well, the copyright is 2001. So, I mean, not super duper old. But, I mean, clearly old enough for the cardboard to get, warped and yellowed. And it shows off some other members of the set here. See, we got, there's Cowboy Bebop. There's Big O. Even though it's not actually Big O, it's Big Duo. That's weird. What? Too bad there's not a Dorothy figure, though. Dorothy, yeah, that's my jam. Pilot Candidate, which I've only ever kind of heard of, don't really know anything about it. There's Outlaw Star and Escaflowne. I think they actually were selling the Escaflowne box, but I mean, whatever. I'm not a big Escaflowne guy. So I just left that on the shelf. Someone else who appreciates Escaflowne more than me can get that one. But hey, sorry if I ruined the collection for you. I'm sure there's someone out there who's trying to put together this obscure anime collection from Bandai. What else was I going to talk about? Oh yeah, lots and lots of news. Newsy news. Let's see what we got here. So of course, right before stream, Alicia X Live comes out with her reaction to the SB129 episode of SpongeBob SquarePants, and I gotta make sure to check that out after stream. But no, don't play yet. As soon as I hit full screen, it thinks I want to play the video. No. But yeah, the subject for this video at the Video Game Awards, like a couple days ago, Capcom cut loose with some pretty significant announcements. Like this Okami trailer right here. And I'm sorry I already watched these trailers, so you're not getting my raw reaction. And I'm honestly kind of dubious about playing it with the audio. Just because I know that the Okami soundtrack, for whatever reason, is fiercely guarded. But yeah, sorry I spoiled myself on these trailers, but you know, I just couldn't help myself. I like seeing all the reactions of people trying to figure out what this game might be, even though from the beginning it's already kind of obvious. Like, as soon as you see this like Japanese landscape being painted in with ink and stuff, and then you see a wolf-like creature running through, you kind of know where it's going right away. And unfortunately, this trailer does not... It also does not have the live orchestra that was playing this theme. Yeah, Okami. I'm not a giant Okami fan. I'm really waiting for Cinder's reaction to the to this Okami trailer, because I know she's a big fan. But I mean, this looks cool. I mean, obviously it's pre-rendered, but you know, if this is any hint at all at what the final game might look like, it's pretty neat. And it better be gorgeous, right? Because that's probably Okami's number one claim to fame. Like, one of them is that a lot of people say it's the best Zelda game ever, and I've only played Legend of Zelda maybe once ever for like 5 minutes, or not even, and didn't really enjoy it. So I can't really speak on that. But it's an awesome action adventure, even if it is kind of easy. Like, really, really weak difficulty, and lots of talking, lots of cutscenes. But the gameplay is a blast, and there's lots of it. It's a pretty meaty game. Like, just because there's a lot of cutscenes doesn't mean there isn't also a lot of gameplay. But the other thing is that it's widely regarded as just being a gorgeous game. It's like cell shading at its finest. used to create this very, very stylized world where everything looks like a painting. And I'm huge into cell shading myself. So I'm looking forward to how they can flex their new cell shading technology. And did they come out with a date? I actually don't remember. I know that Hideki Kamiya is back, and that is easily the biggest deal. Like Neo Kami, that's awesome all on its own, but the fact that Hideki Kamiya is back, that is huge, and it's huge for me especially, because more than being a fan of Okami, I am a fan of Beautiful Joe. That was a very influential series to me. Well, I mean, I say series. It had one game, one sequel, and then two spin-offs. Red Hot Rumble, which is like a weird party game that I never played. Not that I didn't want to, I just never really came upon it. And then the other one was Double Trouble for the DS, which sucked. But from the very beginning, ever since Beautiful Joe 1, they promised that there would be a Beautiful Joe 3. They said it flat out, like in the dialogue, in game, there's going to be a Beautiful Joe 3. They didn't literally say there's going to be a Beautiful Joe 3, but they said, like, there will be 2 more trials or 2 more threats that you will have to face or whatever. And I don't really think they were talking about Red Hot Rumble or Double Trouble. They were talking about Beautiful Joe 3, and I've been waiting patiently, very, very patiently ever since, believing in my heart that they will eventually come back to it. Especially ever since Devil May Cry 5 came out. Like, everybody thought Devil May Cry was dead and buried, gone for good, and there's no saving it. And then what I think is the first ever unboot, at the very least, the very first unboot of a video game series, where they renege on, you know, their attempt with, what are they called? Ninja Theory? I get Ninja Theory and Team Ninja mixed up, but they reneged on that, and they went back and they said, you know what, never mind. Here's your Devil May Cry 5. And after that, I was firmly of the belief that, like, nothing's off the table. Anything is possible. Anything can come back. So why not Beautiful Joe 3? If Kamiya's back, you know, why not? And as I understand, it's not just Kamiya. It's Clover Studio in general. I think they're called Clovers now. I don't know if it's all of the original staff, though. I think I heard people, like, mumbling, like, it doesn't have Shinji Mikami anymore. It's going to suck. But, I don't know. I haven't lost faith. I think Beautiful Joe 3 has a chance, and I think it has a chance to be pretty awesome. So that was a huge announcement with lots of big, big implications for the return of other beloved cult classics from Clover Studio. That was the thing about Clover Studio, was that they always made awesome games, but for whatever reason they just didn't sell well. I think Capcom just didn't want to advertise them for whatever. And then they're like, oh, your sales suck, we're shutting you down. A self-fulfilling prophecy. And so that's when Kamiya is like, screw you guys, I'm going home and making Platinum Studios. And Platinum Studios was awesome for a while, and now they're just like a big nothing. I really struggle to remember the last time they did like a thing. They did Bayonetta 3, and it was like a blip on everyone's radar, and then it was just gone. It was just like a flash in the pan. I think people complained that Bayonetta was less sexual. So, let's see. I mean, the Halcyon days, you know, when they made Mad World, Bayonetta, Vanquish, Anarchy Reigns, Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance, an absolute classic, Wonderful 101, Bayonetta 2. Yeah, this really was the golden age, the platinum age, I should say. And but then they made Legend of Korra. They made Transformers Devastation, which is actually on my shelf over here. I haven't cracked into it, but I'm looking forward to it. From what I've seen, like I watched the Super Best Friends do their little quick look of it, and it looks pretty hype. But 8-bit Bayonetta. I'm looking at the Wikipedia right now. Star Fox Zero, Star Fox Guard. I don't really think those got glowing reviews. I heard their TMNT game sucked. Near Automata, though. Yeah, that's big. Astral Chain. I forgot the Wonderful 101 was remastered. World of Demons I never even heard of. And probably for good reason. It says it's only for iOS and Mac OS. Soul Cresta? Never heard of it. Never, ever. Babylon's Fall. Generally negative reviews. Okay, yeah. I don't really know a lot about this. What was this? Action RPG. Negative reviews. Significant commercial failure. But it's a Platinum game. I'm kind of curious. I'd like to play that and see why people hated it so much. Bayonetta 3. Yeah, not... Platinum's not really doing a lot right now. They haven't been hot for a while, and, you know, they canceled Scalebound, which, to be fair, I didn't see much of a future for that game anyway. It did not seem to have a focused vision at all. It was weird character action, but with a big dragon buddy, and also with a multiplayer elements, and I don't know. It seemed all over the place. A very, very strange beast of a game. I'm not too surprised that it was canceled. But the other thing they announced, and this is also big for me, is whoa, turn that down. Was this Onimusha Way of the Sword, which definitely has me curious. A lot of strange stuff. And by the way, this is the exact moment I realized that this was Onimusha. I mean, we've got plenty of feudal Japan-inspired games now, like Neo and Ghost of Tsushima, and maybe a couple others. But when you see a red soul come up on screen, I'm like, that's Onimusha right there. No doubt about it. And then this moment right here, awesome. Interesting design for the gauntlet, by the way. Like, let me stop right here. It's like a weird in between how it used to be very, very organic. It was almost like Biopunk in Onimusha 1 through 3, and then Onimusha 4, or, you know, I shouldn't call it 4, I should call it Dawn of Dreams, because I really don't like acknowledging Dawn of Dreams as a legitimate follow-up to Onimusha 3 just because I hate it so much. But in Dawn of Dreams, it was more like an actual gauntlet. It was a piece of metal that you could take on and off. It used to be that it was grafted onto... this is my left arm. It was like grafted onto Samanosuke's right hand. There was no way for him to take it off. I also remember at the end of Onimusha 3, after he... spoilers for Onimusha 3, by the way. He absorbs the evil soul of Nobunaga Oda, and then it turns all nasty and black and red and evil and stuff. You know, normally it's teal colored, and then as he upgrades it, it turns to gold. And it looks to be gold here. I'm very confused as to where this fits into the timeline. Because I always wanted a proper Onimusha 4 that takes place before Dawn of Dreams. Because for people who don't know, and that's probably a lot of people, Onimusha, you know, not necessarily a minuscule franchise, but not a big one at the same time. It's very middle of the road. After Onimusha 3, leading into Dawn of Dreams, there's like a giant time skip where they just skip over the part where Hideyoshi Toyotomi, unites all of Japan, and then after allying himself with the demons, he actually turns out to be a nice guy, and there's peace and good times for everyone. And then, like, the Omen Star or whatever shows up, and Toyotomi turns evil again. And then everyone's surprised, like, oh my gosh, Toyotomi's evil? What a betrayal. And, like, it just feels very bizarre. Like, yes, that's the Toyotomi I know. That's the Toyotomi that a lot of Onimusha fans are familiar with. So the idea that Toyotomi is evil and everyone is surprised by that is just very silly. Like, in the course, this all happens in the opening cutscene of Dawn of Dreams. Within the course of this one cutscene, Hideyoshi, he goes from being evil to good and then back to evil. And, Onimusha 3 starts with Samanosuke on his quest to purify the evil that is contained within the gauntlet. Then you flash forward to Dawn of Dreams and he looks completely different, and the evil's already been purified. The gauntlet looks completely different. It works completely different. It just feels like we skipped a whole bunch of steps, and I wanted a proper Onimusha 4 to try and fill in that empty space between the games. It just felt like we missed a way more interesting game and skipped straight to the piece of crap that is Dawn of Dreams. So hopefully this is it. Hopefully this is the game I was looking for. Not really sure. It's hard to tell without a really good look at his face. I'm not sure if that's still... Like, I'm pretty dang sure that's Samanosuke. He's got his signature, crimson color on in that outfit. And he's got the gauntlet. Only 2 people have ever worn that particular gauntlet. I forgot to put that on screen. But let's see. Yeah, can't quite tell if that's supposed to be Takeshi Kaneshiro. It's pulled in. Camera's pulled in too close. But you see, he's got the red on. He's got the gauntlet. And only 2 people have ever worn that gauntlet. Samanosuke and Soki very briefly during that one boss fight. Again, spoilers for Onimusha. It would be nice if at some point Capcom would release an HD collection of all the old Onimusha games. Just putting that out. Yeah, Onimusha Way of the Sword. Again, no number. Just like Dawn of Dreams. Not sure what's up with that. And as you can see, I assume this is gameplay. It sure looks like gameplay, but very, very different. Oh, and I'm actually noticing this for the first time. You see, you see yellow souls floating around right here. That's your health. You suck those up for more health. And that's awesome. 2 yellow souls. That's a huge boon. A classic Onimusha is very survival horror. You don't know where your next heal is going to come from. And you can grind to some extent, but combat is never, ever a safe bet. It's always a little risky. You don't know if you're going to walk out with more health or less health than you had walking in. But it was all about fixed camera angles. Onimusha 3 had limited camera control. Onimusha 1 and 2, they all had the pre-rendered, classic Resident Evil backgrounds. And then Onimusha 3, they switched to 3D, and sometimes you could control the camera, sometimes you couldn't. But now this is very, very different. This is more over the shoulder from what I can tell. Let me just play that again. There are little cutaways for when you're doing special moves or finishing enemies off, but usually it's framed like this. Where Samanosuke is over here to the left, and I don't know if there's gonna be... No, there's gotta be a HUD. They're just not showing you the HUD for trailer purposes. But there seems to be this new thing where Samanosuke's sword glows blue. Not sure what that's about. You see that it turns blue when he, like, blocks a move? Let's see that again. It turns blue there. Yeah, he blocks this and then the sword turns blue. Maybe that's like the perfect counter mechanic. Because in Onimusha, if you block an enemy's attack at the last moment, you unleash this huge, almost invariably lethal counterattack. So that might be what that is. Maybe if you do a special thing, you get this glowing blue flame of death and doom and cancer. But, I mean, that's looking pretty cool. Some weird creatures on display. I'm sure it's going to be good, but the wild change in gameplay has me a little nervous. But, hey, it inspires a lot more faith in me than that weird Onimusha anime that Netflix tried to pop out. Where it didn't seem to have anything to do with Onimusha at all. It just had the Onimusha name slapped on it for brand recognition. Oh yeah, and I hate to do this, but on a darker note, there was this one video that I meant to share. It's this one. Legal Hearing AAA publisher said the quiet part out loud. By, who did this? Bellular News. So instead of cellular, it's bellular. If you want to check it out. And I'm not going to play the whole video right here. Just wanted to hit the highlights. So he talks a little bit about, this right here. 87% of classic games not on release and are considered critically endangered. And then the whole video is about how the ESA, I forget what they're called, like what ESA stands for, but basically they're just a bunch of jackasses, and they're trying to shut down attempts to preserve video games through library archives. And trying to put all these ridiculous limitations on them. How games provided by libraries, they should be strictly for educational and research purposes. Let me see if I can find that teaching, research, or scholarship uses. ESA lawyers contended significant risk that preserved video games would be used for recreational purposes. Yeah, video games used for recreational purposes. Heaven forbid. And it's just a bunch of poppycock. Because they also say, let's see. Yeah, this right here. Universal preservation must always be balanced against the rights of copyright owners. Because it's not like, the copyright system is also horribly corrupt. Balance against the rights of copyright owners to make business decisions about the legacy market. And he talks about it later in this video, but obviously the rebuttal to that is, what legacy market? We just established that 87% of classic video games are not available through retail. They're not being sold. What legacy market is being endangered? It's silly. And the obvious solution is just be better. It doesn't make any sense why these game publishers would leave money on the table like this. Like, oh, you don't want these classic games cutting into your sales? Well, why don't you sell them? Sell them, rent them, whatever. Why are you just letting them languish? This is just inviting piracy. And when there's crime, there's two ways that you can deal with it. You can either fight it, or you can allow it by just making it so that it's not illegal anymore. And you can get rid of so much of this piracy problem by just like providing a superior service. Wasn't it Gabe Newell that was like piracy is a service issue? You know, the reason why people this guy even says it later, or you know, the lawyers stupid ads. Stupid, really repulsive ad. It's a good thing I don't have this on screen right now. Yeah, it says right here. It's not a market failure, it's a policy failure. Straight up. I think there was another one somewhere else. I'm just hitting the highlights for this video. Yeah, bam. The ESA's position forces researchers to explore extra legal methods to access the vast majority of out-of-print video games that are otherwise unavailable. Like, just it's just stupid. Like the best way to fight the piracy issue, just like make like a capitalist and be competitive. Don't demonize, capitalize, you know? There's so many games that people would love to play, but you're not offering them. But yeah, this video is like 2 weeks old. I meant to talk about it a lot sooner, but that's what I do, is I'll bookmark things and then they'll just stay buried in my bookmarks, and then I'll forget to talk about them until weeks or months after the fact. So apologies there. Now hold on a second. Another thing I want to check out is the new... Hold on a second. Can you hear that? Ugh. My neck's been bothering me again. It's been good for a while. Oh, golly. Feeling stiff. Feeling a little hot, too. Gotta turn up the fan. And, you know, as much as I love this outfit, you know, like I said, maybe it's a little too far, so let me take my accessories off. This, oh golly. I got this from, I think I got this from Hot Topic, and you can see this little spiked pyramid wristband. It's seen better days. Some of them have fallen out. It's all like cracked and beat up. I could really use another one of these. And this is neat. My little ring that has a chain on it that you can like spin. It's basically like a little fidget toy, but you know, more classy than actual fidget spinners. And it was really nice. I lost the original one that I had, and then my mom got me a new one for Christmas because she knew I really liked that ring. And then this has got to come off. Even though it's December, it's still a little too early to be putting on layers. Keep in mind that I live in the South, so it's still a little bit toasty some days. Now, I gotta find my headphones again. Other thing is that new Digital Circus episode dropped, and I actually wanted to check that out before jumping into Flixbender. So let me. Okay. I couldn't find the text. Let me change this. Digital Circus. And we haven't been watching this on stream, so before jumping into the new episode, I want to do a little bit of a catch up. So it's going to be 3 episodes that I've already seen, and then the new one that just came out that I haven't seen. I went ahead and saved that one for stream. And I figure from now on, when Digital Circus episodes come out, we can watch them on stream. Because, you know, why leave content on the table like that, huh? I'm just not sure what the best way to do it is. This isn't going to have ads, is it? It's a little worrisome because let's see. I don't think Glitch is as fiercely protective of their stuff as, say, you know, Cadillacs and dinosaurs. Whoever made that slop. So I'll get rid of some of the transparency and make it a little more visible. But I want to keep the screen on just in case there's ads. And there have been some really obnoxious ads popping up. But I'll just fire up the pilot. We can take a little trip down memory lane to a day when Digital Circus was brand new.
Welcome to the amazing Digital Circus! My name is Kane. I'm your ringmaster, and I'm here to show you the most jaw-dropping, heart-stopping, mind-bending paraphernalia you've ever laid your eyes upon!
Man, Kane is disturbing. This is a little loud, actually. Gangle. I knew the new episode is supposed to be Gangle centric because he's been kind of neglected lately. Well, I say lately. There hasn't been a Gangle centric episode or much detail about Gangle at all. And there's our friend Pomni. Let me go ahead and whip out the little figure I got, my official Digital Circus figure. Oh, it suddenly got super quiet.
It appears a new human has entered this realm.
I like the effect on her eyes where they get all scratchy when she's panicking. There we go, that's better. I turned up the opacity on the filter just in case.
No, my dear. We can't have any of that foul language around here. The amazing Digital Circus is a place to be enjoyed by all ages. You, my friend, stumbled into an incredible world of wonders where anything can happen. Except for swearing.
So yeah, if you can't tell, we're big Pomni fans around here. I really identify with her, you know. She swears like a sailor. She always feels alone even when she's in a room full of people. Always isolated. She doesn't feel like anyone's on her side. Always feeling trapped, always possessed by the urge to escape. Never truly close to anyone around her. Not even really feigning patience, just putting on the thinnest veneer of tolerance for her situation. But yeah, big fan of Pomni. Not a fan of Kane. Kane is like super sus.
Here we have the tent. This is where your living quarters are, as well as all sorts of other activities. These activities.
I'm telling you, Kane is. This is gonna be like a little bit of like theory talk. By the way, I don't normally indulge in like fan theories or whatever, but I feel like there's a lot of building blocks here for stuff to happen in the future. You know, we're 3 episodes deep so far. 4 now. But are we ever actually going to go to these different locations? Because to me it seems like we just teleport to wherever we need to go. Like, I don't feel like enough. I don't feel like Kane is subject to enough questioning. Because why does he have so much power over the digital circus? Why does he have surveillance everywhere? Why does he have all this control? He gaslights people. He's suspicious and controlling of everyone around him.
Nobody can remember their name once they enter the digital circus. One of the few things I don't have control over are your minds. So all I can help you with is coming up with a new one.
And by the way, that's something I fully expect them to get into at some point, is who these people were before they entered the digital circus. I'm surprised they haven't dug more into it already. I mean, in episode 3, you learn a little bit about Kinger, but not too much.
What do you think of... You're right, terrible. Let's try that again.
I fully expect an alternate cut of all these digital circus episodes where Pomni's name is changed to...
Dukes are right, Jax. We should have a brand new adventure for our new member, Omni. Do you like adventure? Activity?
Did he say it 5 minutes ago? I think he did.
Parasites. Since you're new around here, we're gonna make it a simple in-house adventure to warm you up to how things work around here.
Man, I never want to be that close to Kane's non-face.
I'll make it something unobtrusive that you can still choose to not get involved with. Today's adventure is... Gather the Gloinks! That's right. The entire circus tent will be infested with...
Zubal's another character that's been kind of on the bench for a long time, and I'm expecting to get more about her in future episodes.
Gloinks are small, mischievous critters that steal anything and everything they run into. Why do these humanoid hash browns do this? How do you stop them? That's for you to find out. Now, good luck.
But they're not humanoid.
On, my little superstars.
Oh, that's just one of Kane's little adventures. They're just something fun to do to, prevent us from insane.
Speak for yourself. If anyone needs me, then fuck off.
Oh God! Oh Jesus!
Oh no.
Where the Zubal's head kind of looks like one of the Gloinks.
Oh wait, we should go check on Cosmo. I'm pretty sure he'd like to meet Pony.
I impenetrable fortress!
You want to come with us to check on Cosmo?
Jax.
You, me, and Coffee
I'm not gonna lie, I've seen an uncomfortable amount of fan art of Jax.
together to handle this whole situation.
Do you think pairing them up together is a good idea?
Of course I do.
And not all of it's strictly family friendly.
Characters to be paired together. Come on, ladies. Let's go harass the clown.
So, this is where we all live. Or, well, where we all sleep at night. Even though we don't
People were already cooking up big theories about like all these past inhabitants that you see in the background.
you already got one.
You see, hold on a second. No. They call it precise seeking, but it's barely precise at all. You see, there's like this weird little figurine type character that apparently has not been abstracted and is still part of the crew, but they don't really show up as far as I can tell.
You really can't leave. And
So makes you wonder where they are.
crazy. And eventually you get to ask people the point of anything
If they're not gone and they're not here, then where are they?
you're even alive, and when you reach your breaking point, something really terrible can happen.
I like the vignetting there. I actually didn't notice it the first time I watched this episode.
That's something we need to deal with today. Above anything else, the adventures give us something to do that keeps our minds healthy and stimulated.
Thank goodness this is all a dream, right,
You know what this feels like? This feels like me whenever I'm thrust into a new job. The feeling of like, well, I'm stuck here.
Don't worry, Dollface. I've got a key to his room.
I'm stuck here and I feel like I've made a huge mistake.
Shouldn't have keys to anyone's room.
Nah, I've got keys everywhere, and you've all been fine. By the way, you may have left some in your room today, so I'll go over and find it.
I mean, not every job I've had is like that, but some jobs, well, some jobs are worse than others.
Would you do this?
What? It could be a completely unrelated question. You'll never know until it's too late. I've been looking for this. Thanks for keeping an eye on it, Coffee. I'm gonna head out. See you.
Oh, Combo's been obstructed. That's okay.
What is that?
It might be that terrible thing I was talking about earlier when you reach your breaking point. Okay, wait. Maybe there's still time to fix him before we get Kate. Whoa, listen. I know we didn't always get along like when you
Interesting that Ragatha suggests there's a possibility to fix someone who's been abstracted. There's no real evidence of that. It could just be Ragatha being hopeful the way that she usually is. But if there was a way to fix someone who's been abstracted, that could be a huge thing. Like, really huge.
I'm sorry.
I feel like these abstractions are part of a conspiracy, by the way. Like, if there's a threat that if you waste too much of your mental capacity looking for an exit, that eventually it'll drive you insane and turn you into a monster, that's a really great deterrent that someone might use to keep you from looking for an exit. And no one's ever seen the process of abstraction. Nobody's ever seen someone become abstracted. It's something that just sort of happens off screen when no one's looking. Makes you wonder if, you know, if someone's doing this to these people to keep them from talking.
It's good to know just
or doing something that might be against the rules.
He actually asked me to give you this.
I don't know, there's just something funny about these abstractions, the way that they can't talk, the way that they've seemingly been robbed of their minds.
Insect collection.
I think it's a nest. Hello? Ragatha? That was your name, right?
Interesting comment from Kinger about the insect collection. In episode 3, we learned that he might actually have been remembering something there.
I like that. Just look at my hand. I didn't know what to do.
It's okay. What you need to do right now is find Kane. He'll be able to fix me up and take care of the Cosmo.
Okay, but where can I find him?
I like how her face is playing Pong.
Okay, I'll get him. You just stay right there. Not that or anything. Just hang in there. I'll be right back. I promise.
Cool. Also, Mommy, I'm sorry your first day here. We feel terrible.
Yeah, well, don't worry about it. I'm just gonna go get Kane now.
You can tell that Pomni still has a conscience, but she's really more worried about herself.
We have a bit of an issue here.
Like, she's not getting too friendly with anyone around here just yet. Man, it's real. I've absolutely had episodes like that. Oh, there's that weird figurine character. I forgot they show up. Still not really clear on what their story is.
Oh, is that who you are? You know, you could have asked for my consent before forcing me to see something so utterly disgusting.
Well, as royal myself, I would like to kindly ask him. Oh, look, there's Zubul. Hi, Zubul. Help me, you idiots!
Kinda rude, Zubul. Now I don't want to help you.
Yes! Gotcha! Hey! King, are you, mother?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Whoa. Wait, hold on. There's some stuff that I just kind of skimmed over when I first watched this episode. I think this is actually my first time watching it from beginning to end uninterrupted, so there might be some things I noticed that I didn't before. I noticed that Cosmo's eyes change color, and sometimes they're all the same color. I wonder if that's like a thing. Some form of expression, or if it's just a coincidence.
Kane.
I like this, by the way. I like that Pomni isn't overly saccharine or sentimental. Like, when presented with an opportunity to escape, she just takes it. She doesn't worry too much about the other people in the digital circus and their situation anymore. Like, she's not friends with them yet. She doesn't know them that well. So, of course, she's going to try and make a break for it when she can. It would have been really easy to write her as being, like, just kind of a generic good guy character, overly friendly. She's instantly on everyone's side.
God, you're okay.
Wait, is Gangle a woman? I'm not sure if I ever knew that. Never picked up on Gangle's gender. I always assumed it was just she was just a guy with a high-pitched voice. I'm gonna have to get used to that now. Because I guess it's hard to guess whether Gangle's a man or woman just by looking at him. C and A. Hold on a sec, I didn't notice that before. C and A. I wonder if this is based on the company that made the headset that sent them to the digital circus. Yeah, also the Void. I haven't really talked much about the Void. I'm sure that's going to be a thing. Reminds me of Reboot when they go to the internet. And it's just a horrible, like, no man's land. Like, ruthlessly hostile environment. It's basically like the open seas. So there's a whole bunch of these figurine characters. Spoiled. So that might be a thing. The Void seems pretty important.
What the heck happened around here? Oh, yeah. My doing. Okay. Cosmo went through a sort of cosmosis and abstracted. Cosmo abstracted? Why didn't anybody tell me? And into the cellar you go.
Yeah, not really sure what's going on with that. Like, Kane has the power to instantly fix glitches. But he doesn't use that to, like, fix people who have been abstracted. I guess he says early on that he can't control people's minds, and, you know, abstraction is caused by people going insane.
Your
But
reward is a
then I don't trust Kane in the first place.
and bubble chef.
Ain't with all the love I'm legally allowed to.
You know, I am pretty hungry.
You didn't even do anything.
So what? I can still be hungry.
Not really, because we don't need to eat, drink, or sleep in this digital world. So digital food here only gives off the sensation of eating without
That actually sounds awesome. World where you can eat what you want and it doesn't really matter. But then the food that you get is, yeah, low poly computer monster food. Oh my gosh, this fire score right here. Absolutely love it. And I love how people pointed out that it kind of sounds like Buddy Holly by Weezer. I actually have this exact score on my phone. There's absolutely going to be a part where we go out into the void and find other stuff. And yeah, that's the first episode. I mean, I'd already seen it, so I already knew it was awesome. I mean, I bought the figure, didn't I? But now let's fire up episode 2.
There might be a lot
Or
of you
no. Oh my gosh, I freaking ugh. Blam. Okay, so that didn't actually have any like mid-roll ads, so I'm gonna take the little copyright protector off. Anyone else get Ratatouille flashbacks from that little opening sequence where it's just like colors and darkness? Like when Ratatouille eats food and he closes his eyes and he can like see the colors of the flavor. Oh man, that effect is cool. You see that? You can already see the fear kind of taking over. To where now she's scared of looking for an exit. I'm absolutely convinced that's intentional. I think Kane is turning these people into these monsters to stop them from escaping. Straight up. Seems like when people know too much or they're close to getting out, that's when they turn into these awful creatures. I forgot this happens like the next day. There's absolutely hard feelings. It's very clear that that hit Ragatha hard. The fact that Pomni was just a straight up coward, really. I mean, I probably would have done the same thing though. But like I said, I really relate to Pomni. I connect to her character a lot, more than I'd like to. But I like the cloth texture on Ragatha's face, very subtle. And like all these dumb adventures, they seem like clear distractions to really do anything to keep people from looking for the exit. And I just want to go back and look at this. Why does the bottle say MPPEP? What? Is that supposed to be a thing? Like, is that a reference I'm supposed to pick up on?
Sweet buttery justice.
An entire kingdom of candy. Sounds
Very sticky indeed.
sounds.
So wait, I'm testing out a new AI in this one. It should be 57 times more immersive.
Bubble. Is the name of the Bubble character just Bubble? Bubble is also a degenerate that I can kind of relate to. I mean, I'm not gonna lick puke off the floor, but that's cute. Ah, there are ads. Golly.
Hey neighbor, you switched to T-Mobile home internet yet? Trim your hedge. It's 30.
Hmm.
No price.
Golly. Hey, what the? Excuse me, but when it's just... I'm sorry, when it's just me on screen, there should not be any desktop audio. Maybe I did that, like, in case I wanted to play music or something. I'm trying to figure out why I would do that to myself. But whatever, we're gonna do it like this now. Ride the shoe puff? I'm sorry, I can't help myself. That just reminds me so much of Final Fantasy X. More of these weird little figurines moving at like 10 frames a second. I can't get over how much of the weird gummy elephant reminds me of the shoe puff. I can't. I think it's the first thing that sprang to mind when I saw this episode for the first time. That's the other thing about Gangle is usually his mask is broken, his comedy mask, so we haven't really seen him in a good mood. Man, I relate to Pomni too much. I like the Candy Princess's design. It's One Piece rules, Pomni. It's purely eclectic. It's whatever anachronistic wonderland you want it to be. That's not shotgun. I don't think Jax knows what shotgun is. I noticed Kane's big, disturbing non-face on the stained glass of the castle. It makes me uncomfortable, the thought that Kane creates NPCs to worship him. Good old Gummy Goo. Unfortunately, I've been spoiled on the fact that he comes back for episode 4. And I gotta turn down the volume on my phone. I like how the censorship isn't very helpful. Favorite moment of the episode right there. Pommy's little with that pathetic look on her face. Rocky Road, I didn't notice that the first time. That's good. I like the hits bars for when they go over the rocks. I don't know how they came up with that. I appreciate the visual gags that this series has to offer. I feel like that's where the series really excels. Uh-oh. Surely you've been handling your Pomni figure very responsibly. I've seen art of Pomni in that very compromising position. That is also not, definitely not family friendly. Smooth move. And of course the collision bugs are a great gag too. Not sure what's up with the teapots floating in this empty space though. I don't know if that's supposed to be a thing. Or if it's just something random they put there. Trying to think what possible symbolism these teapots could have.
When you have Dell AI Factory with NVIDIA, you can feel it.
Oh, golly. I really should just get YouTube Premium. My very own clone. Now neither of us will be virgins. I like how they just spoil something that's going to happen later in the episode. Intentionally.
Is everybody okay?
No.
Oh man, poor Pomni. I hope she's all right.
Poor Pomni. How about poor us? We're one tanker away from being Augustus Gloop.
Oh my gosh, it's the Greedy from that Raggedy Ann and Andy movie. He talks like him, he looks like him, he's even got similar music. Like similar musical accompaniment.
Poppy always seems to miss the big gloomy monsters.
Who are you anyway?
The Greedy.
I used to live within the kingdom walls, but I was banished by that rotten princess after I ate too many of the delicious town folk. Oh, they were so delicious. Sometimes I can hear them calling to me.
Oh God, that just sounds like murder.
Is it really murder if it's delicious? Answer me that.
You make a great point.
No, bad point.
Why don't you leave this to me before I start thinking your hair looks like licorice?
Jax,
Oh wow, it kinda does.
stop.
Well, Mr. Fudge, you seem like an upstanding guy with...
This absolutely feels like a scene made by people who have watched that exact movie.
As I was saying, I happen to know a way into the kingdom walls. If you'd be willing to help us out in return.
Hey, when did you?
Shut up, licorice hair.
Pocket this.
Why is the key making keychain sounds if it's just the one key?
That's me. All we need you to do is help us bring some dirty bandits to justice.
Wait, what just happened?
Why did we choose Safelight? We were loading our SUV.
Oh man.
Safelight came right to us.
Shut up. Like how this stage Pomni is still mostly thinking about herself and how she can get out of her situation. I'm glad Pomni reminds herself that she is not from the digital circus. It would be scary if she ever truly embraced the digital circus as her home. It feels like a Spirited Away situation where they try to make you forget about home so that you won't try to escape. bizarre the Pomni would rather make friends with an NPC than any of the real people who are already at the digital circus. The stories involving Pomni tend to be way more interesting than whatever adventures King cooks up. And there's those teapots again. There's got to be something to them that I'm just not picking up on. Or maybe we'll learn more about them later. Man, I love the music for this series. Really gassy right now. Some of that fried chicken I had right before stream is starting to come back. Ugh.
Gotta say, this is a lot more anticlimactic than I was hoping.
What were you hoping for?
You know, like one big final battle, bloodshed, death, chaos.
Are you sure they disappeared? It wasn't that they fell off or something?
I can't say for sure, but yes, definitely.
It's not vanished with a cloud. Very unusual.
Well, that's concerning.
Worst comes to worst, you can always ask you to find her.
I'm more worried she's having another horrible experience. She still seems really upset about what happened yesterday. I don't think she really likes me that much.
It's a lot for anybody to go through. Don't take it too personally. I remember when I got removed yourself.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised you remember that.
Remember what?
And someone pointed out after episode 3 that Kinger's head is in a dark bucket. And in episode 3 you learn that he remembers more when he's in the dark. And remember what they said in episode 1. Apparently Kinger's been here the longest. I feel like getting him to remember is kind of important.
Mommy! Are you okay? Well, what happened?
Yeah, I'm fine. I made a new friend.
Boss, where have you been? We got fudged. You don't want to know. Good to see you, lads.
Why were there two bad guy trucks?
I like this.
This one's full of syrup too. Oh, yeah, suppose it is. Well, you don't suppose
It's full of syrup with really primitive liquid physics.
I guess, since there's two of them, ain't no real harm.
I'm so equally disappointed right now.
Well, maybe there would be blood.
That reaction from Jax with the little bit of tension in the music makes you feel like maybe Jax is building up to be like a villain. He seems really
That allowed.
anarchistic.
Hey, that's good of you, Pomni.
Let's take this dumb truck to the dumb kingdom, I guess.
Thanks to you brave knights, our kingdom will once again...
Jax does not seem well in the head. I feel like one of these days he's going to take things too far for his own amusement.
Farewell, brave knights. Have fun executing that bandit fella.
Yes, that is what we're doing.
Oh, hey, maybe I didn't leave the gate unlocked for nothing after all.
What? I thought he was dead. You still did that?
Okay, wait. You did what now?
Well, love to help you again sometime. Bye!
Wonder if that's ever gonna come back.
Welcome back, my little hard-shelled hamburgers.
So this is the circus, huh? I gotta get used to this.
Oh, looks like one of these guys made it through.
Wait, what?
You know, it's too bad. I was kind of looking forward to Gummy Goo being a permanent addition to the cast.
Love your NPCs, but if I start losing track of who's a human and who's an NPC, who knows what happened?
That's absolutely a sign that one of these people is actually an NPC. If not more.
Well, I'm gonna
That seems like a huge clue right there.
I've done that.
And that actually ties back to what I was saying about how Zubul looks like one of the Gloinks. Especially when her head gets detached.
Adventure? I know Kings
I don't know.
to reuse NPCs.
Just putting that out.
Got everything ready.
Hey, you at least want to join us for CAPCOM's funeral? We like to have a little funeral service to remember the people who abstract. This one just got pushed around a bit with your arrival and everything.
It's the least we can do to honor their memory.
And I like how the end of this episode comes back to Kaufmo.
Oh man,
Because by this point, you might have thought that they had forgotten about him, right?
set up the picture and, well,
Like maybe that was just a setup for episode 1. And then this, of course, comes back to the beginning of the episode in a really smart way. Where it comes back to Pomni's fear of being forgotten after she's gone, and going through the experience she had in this episode helps her to be more open to their emotional support. I definitely like how this episode had a sweeter, more tender ending. And I know, no pun intended. I know it was all about candy. But I mean, another solid episode. I might have talked about this on stream already, but I tried to talk my mom into dressing up as Pomni for next Halloween. I think she could really pull it off. Let's check out episode 3 real quick.
Fixed income. Expert.
No, no. I don't even know what you're selling to me, but no.
I can't hold it any longer.
Sure you can. You can't die from oxygen deprivation, remember?
But it's still.
Are they gonna talk about, like, how long they have to live when they're stuck in the simulation? As long as they've got the headset on and, like, their consciousnesses, if that's a word, are just kind of stuck here, then what about the whole eating and drinking and going to the bathroom situation? Like, aren't they eventually gonna expire once their bodies in the real world have starved to death or dehydrated?
Feels like I'm gonna die.
Try not thinking about it. Or you can toughen up. I want to see what your funny cartoon body does.
hey, take it easy.
Oh, take it easy.
I'm sure they'll talk about it eventually.
Here I go.
Alright, we've entered the blue zone.
Hey, there's something new.
Okay, we're getting red. Oh, orange.
Oh, look! Now she's turning blue!
She was already blue. Huh. Guess the hue shift just gets faster.
Why am I the one doing this? Why not one of you guys?
Because something different happens with each person. For instance, Kinger starts glowing, Ragatha's hair noodles stick up, Gango's mask starts spinning,
Ragatha's cute.
Zubul turns straight.
My limbs straighten up.
By the way, I've talked about this on stream before. I work in education. Digital Circus, real popular with the kids. Even with the censored swearing. But the one day that I showed up to work in a Pomni shirt, I was very popular.
Why is everybody just standing around when there's adventure to be had? Today's adventure is the mystery of Mildenhall Manor. That's right. This big spooky mansion has been rumored to be filled to the brim with paranormal activity. It's up to you to solve the house's deep mysteries and capture all the ghoulish ghost activity you can. And for the first time ever, you can. Where's Subal? I made this adventure really cool and mature, just for them. What?
The NPCs aren't going to become self-aware in this one, right?
How should I know? I'm not the boss. Oh wait, yes I am. Anyway, everybody into the fractal noise. It's adventuring time.
Like I said, people really don't question Kane's existence enough. Because this goes back to what I was saying about what they were saying when they said that Kinger has been here the longest. Well, what about Kane? What's his situation? Is he a real person? Is he an NPC? How long has he been here? Why does he have all this power? You know, when something's wrong, like, this is something that I've learned from watching One Piece. When something's wrong, always look to the person in charge. Don't mince words. Don't fuss around with all the red tape. You go straight to the top and talk to the person in charge. And the person in charge of the Digital Circus is Kane. He's the guy who has the power. He's got to know stuff. He can do stuff. You know? He's got to have some sort of power or knowledge. And knowledge is power. About how to get people home. Or what's going on with people abstracting. Or the void. Or any of that stuff. I would be very, very suspicious of Kane in this situation.
Spooky. Wonder how hard Kane's gonna go with the scare factor.
I hope this adventure doesn't end up being another horrible nightmare. I'm not really a fan of horror, and I don't really handle jump scares that well.
Come on, that wasn't even scary. What? Excuse the vacuum cleaner too?
Hey, nice start. She's had a rough couple of days.
Her and everyone else. Right, Gangle?
Does anybody hear that?
I'm Ghostly, and I'll be your guide today.
Why won't they go back in?
Big Spooky's House of Jump Scares vibe.
Wild take. I don't know why they're not retracting though. That didn't happen for me.
Before you continue on your adventure, you have to choose which door you're gonna go through. The door on the left is the normal door.
Rated wow for all ages.
The door on the right is the really scary door.
Rated hot for mature Subals only.
It's up to you to decide.
Jax!
What? I thought we were supposed to capture all the ghosts.
Which door should we choose?
Jax is on the genocide route.
Let's try this out.
Don't worry, Gangle. I'll get it for you.
Sheesh.
Oh, that's the scary door.
Subal.
The scary door.
I just want to talk to you.
What is that from, the scary door? I feel like that's from Futurama or something.
Could you have done that the whole time?
Subal, I just want to get to the bottom of why you keep skipping all my amazing adventures. You could end up really hurting Bubbles' feelings.
Because she'd rather watch the parts with Bomni, obviously.
How about Bubbles' feelings? How about your feelings? So, what's on your mind, Subal?
I would rather.
That's hilarious. Go.
I've already told you what my problem is. You just never remember because.
My mind is a beeswax polished coconut. Nothing ever escapes these caves. So what can I do to make my
Ain't no way, hombre.
I wonder what this thing is.
My name is Baron Theodore Mildenhall. Hunting has been a hobby of mine for as long as I can remember, although one could say it eventually became more of an obsession. The creature you see before you is one I've been pursuing for years. Not quite a man, but not quite an animal. Something unholy, something evil. I took it upon myself to spend every waking moment doing all I could to protect my family from the creature, hoping that when I'd eventually killed it, I would be freed from this awful feeling.
Reminds me of Cry of Fear.
I was wrong.
You know, I'm starting to think.
How about we try to find a way back up to the others? Oh, cool. That's great. I love these adventures.
We can always ride this thing, yeah.
It's locked, of course. It's locked. I love that it's locked.
Just locked. Everyone's favorite horror game.
Tuesday, December 4th. Although I had shot the creature multiple times in its vitals and severed its head to keep as a prize on my wall, my troubles were just beginning.
I'm actually starting to get hungry again already. Just had some fried chicken. But hey, check this out. Thai honey curry pretzel sticks. I've already had some of them. They're really good. I'm trying to save them for my big Christmas vacation, though. Going up north. That's good.
Felt like only a minute. When I looked back, the body was gone. The creature was not dead, and it would be back to reclaim what I'd taken from it. If anyone listens to this, all I ask of you is one thing. Do not let the head out of your sight. You have been warned.
Wow. This is some rather inconvenient door placement.
I got it.
And
Probably should have just put the head in a box.
darkness.
What was that? Was that you?
No.
Why is this animated in 2D?
Right now? Yeah, that was me. Is this your hand?
My eye?
Yes. But which eye?
Touching my eye.
Oh, yes. I just remembered a really funny joke.
Why did you scream that?
Maybe it wasn't actually that funny.
Oh my god.
I think we should hold on to each other and slowly make our way back into the trophy room.
Sounds fine to me.
It's probably just magnets. Or whatever the case, I think we should be completely quiet.
Okay, yeah, I agree. You know, you're really hit and miss with these things sometimes.
There's a fly in here.
Don't you think that's making a lot of noise? Oh god, there is a fly.
And gotcha. I think I got him. I can't see my hands. I'm sorry. Could you speak up? I couldn't quite make that out.
Man King, you're savage. See, now this really reminds me of,
Think this might be the creature from the tapes.
now this really reminds me of Cry of Fear. Because you're in Silent Hill where every direction is down.
Do not use my adventures to torture my guests. The torment I inflict is 100% accidental, like any good war criminal.
We weren't even talking about that.
Just like Mr. Beast.
Crap about the adventures.
Allegedly.
I'm trying my best to remember, but you and my brain won't tell me. Oh, yeah, now I remember why I couldn't remember. It's because that problem is already solved. Simply swap out your undesirable suitable parts for better ones. So, back to the adventures. Get it? Get what? Ha ha! Good one, Sooble.
I'm telling you, these adventures are not designed to torture or torment. They're designed to distract.
What you're saying could imply that I'm bad, and the only thing I'm good at, and that'd be... Whose therapy session is this again? Oh yeah, we need to get to the bottom.
Yeah, Kane clearly has a lot of power over the digital circus. More than he likes to let on. And it's obvious that there's problems here that he's choosing not to fix. It's a wine cellar. Let's get crunk. Man, Kinger really is a savage in this episode. You do recall the part where hitting in the vitals didn't work, right?
Kinger? I think we may have a problem this way too.
Is there any particular reason why they can't just let the creature have its body back? Like, what's the worst that could happen? It gets what it wants and then it leaves? He also said that the creature was unholy and evil, but it's one of God's angels. So which is it? It's Dr. Facilier's friends from the other side. What happened to the vacuum cleaner?
Congratulations, my little ironclad waffle cones. You've taken the pacifist route, and you should be proud of what good people you are. Unfortunately,
What about the ghost that got vacuumed up?
finish their adventure before I can grant you permission to leave.
It'll be 8 minutes.
Help right now! Help! Of course I need help. How could I not be in literal hell right now?
That's neat.
There's actually a staircase down there. Could be a way out. Maybe this is we still have our bodies. I'm worried about what Dave said earlier.
I'm just gonna try going fast.
Wait, Polly!
I've also seen a lot of not family-friendly art of possessed Pomni. Between that and the angel that hypnotized Kinger into thinking he was looking at his wife, I feel like Kane is personalizing these adventures to an uncomfortable level. There, and that's the one bit you get about Kinger's background in this episode. He's got a doctorate in computer science. Relatable Pomni again. A lot of times it feels like you gotta push through because, well, when it's just you by yourself, you feel like you want to just cry at all the stuff that's happened. And pushing through the day is the only way to distract yourself from that feeling. Oh boy, here we go. He doesn't recall the exact string of events. That is so sus. Right there. There's gotta be more to this story. Something that Kane is blocked from Kinger's memory. He says he can't control these people's minds, but I don't know. This is also clear evidence that people who have abstracted are not completely lost. Also, people who are abstracted are not gone forever in a literal sense because they're kept in this cellar. I feel like we're going to have a Steven Universe moment where we uncorrupt these people and turn them back to normal. And we turn against Kane as a unit. Kane is so totally the villain in this story. This is another really sweet and heartfelt episode. The visual gags and the emotional content, I feel, are the biggest driving forces in this series. Well, that and the intrigue. I can really pick up like little hints of the real story that's going on here. How does Kinger hold his breath or breathe at all if he doesn't have a mouth? Same goes for Zubul. Or a weird ribbon creature like Gangle. We get another banger track right here. They always seem to close on a really good track. Oh, so it didn't take 8 minutes after all.
Don't worry about that.
And I think that I like that they touch back on that too. The not so healthy relationship between Pomni and Ragatha that's finally being mended. And yep, Kinger likes being in the dark. And now we get to watch the brand new episode that I have not seen. After I turn down the volume. Skip. Whoa, did not mean to click on that. Okay, whatever. He who conquers the left side conquers the world, Chief. I'm gonna be really good at this. Nope. Oh boy. I feel like this is gonna be a problem. Man, Kane really does not care about privacy. Oh boy, is it about to be it? Yeah. Suggest an exit. Huh. Man, Kane's. I'll admit, Kane's good at spitballing these adventures. Man, he wasn't planning on having a fast food adventure, but he just like bam, he just freestyled that. It'll be like, what was it called? Burger Time, that one fast food game that people love to play. Okay, we're learning more about the past of another character, which I kind of guessed once it became obvious that this episode was going to be uh, Gangle centric. I'm sorry, I'm just taken aback by how thin the line is they're writing on copyright on the design of Spudsies. Oh boy. Duh boss. Oh, good. I already accidentally muted the desktop audio. You can still feel that, huh? Great.
Oh, what?
Oh my gosh, it's Balls 3D.
Oh, hey, it's Orbs Man.
Or Orbs Man.
Previous adventure? Before your time.
Okay, number 57.
Oh, I hate this guy.
No, no. Stop. Hold everything. Do not think that that scooted past me. Not after I just watched all these episodes back to back. Mm-mm. Sparkling MPE. PEP. What is that? What are these? Is that an abbreviation? Is that an acronym? What is MPPEP? Is that like an in joke? And Mizu water. Great. Water. What else do we have? We have Hoop, Yoma, Splash Cola, and one I can't read. And Ice Beans. That sounds horrible. But okay. Oh, nope. I accidentally muted it for some reason.
Okay, number 57.
Oh, I hate this guy.
Never say you hate the customer while the customer is still here. They'll be waiting till after hours for that. Excuse me.
That's funny because that's never. I shouldn't even say. I really shouldn't. I'm just gonna watch my mouth right now.
Little Jester, I'd like to order the stupid burger. Last time I ordered it here, they forgot to add the sauce that makes you stupid. Don't forget the sauce.
Is that a thing we have?
Yes, I order it all the time. I'm addicted.
Okay, one stupid burger.
Heard you loud and clear.
Great. Well.
So you're just like
Man, I feel like I need some of that sauce now. That's the good stuff right there.
Kane's not gonna do anything malicious. It's not in his nature. Really wanna find out?
I don't know about that, Jax.
Shit, that's rich coming from you.
Time machines. Aw.
Hello, Shayla. I'll have a sausage bag of Jaffa.
Here we go.
Mate here just wants 6 hash browns split between.
Yeah, okay. Are you, hi.
You Homeless?
Yeah. Fine. I'll call your order when your name's ready, yeah.
You know, Pomni's acting like, she's seen a ghost. But she's also kind of acting like maybe she's into gummy goo.
Not a kid. An adult toy then. Don't know about that one, mate.
Yeah, don't ask for adult toys at fast food restaurants, please.
Just wanted to say hi.
Hi. Do we know each other?
Look, Ragatha, where's Pomni?
Huh? Oh, she's flirting with the gummy
Oh my gosh, I totally commented on that. What the? Ugh. And now Regatha's picking up on it, even though she's on the stupid sauce. So it must be really obvious. Gangle seems like a problem. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, do not forget to clock out on time. Those who fail to clock out on time will be reported to upper management and dealt with appropriate disciplinary action. Okay. It's a very basic sign. I thought it was going to be like an Easter egg or something. Jack, wait a minute. I just said wait a minute second. I want to read Jax's name tag. It just says I don't care. I thought we were going to get Jax's last name. I don't know why, but I'm picking up on a lot of like these background details. Customer's always right. Serve with a smile. Tasty burgers and stuff. Man, glowing glass for a long time. Ooh. What's going on here? Dang, that's tough. Pomni's really going through it. Oof. Savage Jax. I feel like they gave Gangle a new mask just to help her be more expressive. Because they knew that she was going to be the primary focus of this episode. So they wanted to give her more range of expression. I feel like... I wonder if we're going to see one of these characters become abstracted by the end of the series. Jax is looking like he's getting personally attacked.
Nobody can see this, right?
Oh my gosh, seeing that reminds me of the sensation of actually, like, making contact with a CRT and feeling the static electricity coming off of it. The weird, fuzzy warmth. People today will never know what it's like to feel a CRT. Like, you just touch a screen, like, I can touch the screen right now and it's whatever, it's just a screen. But with CRT, you could actually feel the, like, radiation coming off of it. Oh my gosh, Halloween 3 reference? Really?
You want to see what's right for you.
Hey, we need to start assembling these. We're running out of room here. Cool. That's 6 out of 300.
I've come to work with this exact energy too many times.
Gangle, can you help Ragatha?
Huffing paint and not waiting until a designated break? I'll be right there. Oh, wait. I can do it. I just gotta grab horseradish sauce. Here, let me help you with that.
What?
Anyway.
Horses.
Well, if you underperform now, you might end up hurt later. Hurt? Nothing. I'm hurt enough. Packages landing on my head, tea parties, dancing lessons. What's wrong with you? You know, a team works much better when we're all giving it 110% instead of, 5. No offense, but kind of annoying when you have your happy mask. Zubo, help Ragatha with assembly. I'm gonna go over here now.
Hmm.
Are you kidding me? Hey, Gango! I think the clock's broken.
Is it broken? Or are we broken? How long has this shift really gone on for? 6 hours? 8? 24? A week? A year? Does time even move in here? Will we ever go home? Will we ever achieve our dreams? Oh wait. Yeah, that clock's broken.
Oh my gosh, what is that facial expression? Oh my gosh, what is that in the background, that weird creepy standee? Oh my gosh, that's actually horrifying. What is that? Looks like a Chinese dictator.
Well, that was more info on like reproduction than I ever needed to know.
Jax both have energy that I've brought to work.
Oh,
Jax and Ragatha both have energy that I brought to work. Man, that stupid sauce takes a long time to get out of your system. That was a cool little shot. Yep. have had that energy too. And I just no, I have to rewatch that. Bomni is still not really too sweet on these people. She's still got a bit of a barrier where she's not in a hurry to get invested in these folks. And she's really not into these emotional interventions. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're totally right. That's totally Ragatha. She's always got that fake smile on. That's really... That makes her rough to deal with in her own way.
Alright, I'm clocking out. This wasn't fun at all. See you all later.
Great. Now how are you going to get back to the circus? Do you even know where you're going, Jax? Wow. Wow. This episode's been too real. Hopefully that's okay, and she doesn't get punished for clocking out early. I mean, she did call for a horrible punishment at the end. Okay. Sorry. I feel like I just had a moment there. That was, I don't even know if I can put into words what that was. By the way, there's the teapots again. Just want to comment on that. That, wow. That whole sequence. I gotta watch that again. Oh man, I feel like I'm being taken to another dimension by this soundtrack. And just this moment of throwing off the fake smile. And then crying, and the cry turns into a real smile. Like, smiling with your sad face means more than smiling with your fake happy face. There's something really powerful about this moment that I'm not even sure I can really fully understand. That, wow. This is peak Digital Circus right here. This is the best episode. Oh man. I'm reeling from that. I know there's still a little bit of episode left, but wow. That was... Oh man. Something about that just hit me in a really meaningful way.
Alrighty, let's get this performance review out of the way. Overall, pretty productive, made a lot of sales with few customer complaints. Couldn't help but notice, however, that you seem to have cut your own shift short, went a little kooky, and ran out into oncoming traffic. Now, being in a position of power like this, you could offload the blame to one of your employees and avoid the dock on your score. What do you think?
No, that was my responsibility. Just cracked under the pressure, I suppose.
Well,
That was a mistake.
knock your overall score down to a B+. How's that sound? Speechless. I can't say I blame you. Not every executive is as forgiving as me.
Look at Kinger. Oh my gosh. He is the true master of beef in this fast food world. And look at Ragatha. Ragatha is a vibe. I want to get where she's at.
And that's it for the reviews. You have yourself a nice day. I am such a good...
Oh no. Kane is T-posing to assert dominance.
Messed everything up.
Oh no. Gangle was the one. Wow, that was the best episode by far. That was actually amazing. I'm glad that I did this on stream. I'm really glad. That was amazing. I feel like I connected with just about every character at some point on some level. That was awesome. Man, I just... no. Now I gotta watch the last Airbender live action Netflix Flixbender thing, and it's gonna suck and kill my mood. I just don't... Ugh. I mean, I enjoy complaining about it. Even though I don't enjoy the series, I still like critiquing it on stream, but it's... wow. I almost don't even want to do 2 episodes at this rate. I kind of just want to do 1 episode and knock off. And this episode is... I'm pretty sure it's like an hour long. Tell you what, we'll just watch the 1 episode and then we'll call it a stream for today. And then I'll just watch 3 episodes next Sunday. Just it's kind of freaking out on me a little bit. So let me fix this. My brain's a little frazzled right now. Bam. And this episode is called Spirited Away, which is a bit of a spoiler for the contents, I suppose, but last I checked, we were closing out on the... yeah. Yeah, last time the Fire Nation was invading Omashu. Because this is also the Northern Air Temple episode that's been mushed into the Omashu episode. Oh, she's doing this little move right here that she does later at the North Pole in the cartoon. But the episode's called Spirited Away, so are we also going to try and cram in the story with Heibai where Aang goes to the spirit realm and all that? Oh, and by the way, Appa just happened to be there. That's convenient. We spent almost no time with Appa. I'm sorry, can we just... I actually want to talk about that. From what I can tell, the last time we saw Appa, it was when we were about to enter Omashu. And then after that, he just kind of disappears. We haven't really, like interacted with him or talked to him or about him at all. And then all of a sudden he just shows up. Like, one of the great things about the cartoon was that it could keep a lot of plates spinning at once. It was good at juggling plot elements. Nothing ever got lost or came out of nowhere. So when Appa just disappears once everybody goes to Amashu, and then he suddenly reappears in this random location, it feels off. Like, it just feels like the story totally lost track of this character. And then suddenly they're back when it's convenient. That's really sucky writing. And that's within like the first 2 minutes of the episode. I'm already really feeling the fatigue of how poor the writing is. Oh my gosh, that actually is a thing that happened. And I'm pretty sure I commented on it too. So, you know what? Okay. That's actually okay writing right there. The idea that she saw something an earthbender do and she tried doing it with water and it worked. Wait, what? What's going on? What? Yeah. I mean, there's a big area where the forest's been torched, but how does this tie back to the Fire Nation invading? What? So now it's just book 3, even though it's book 1. What's happening? I don't understand anymore. Why are we switching? I don't understand the visual language of how these different episodes are presented to us anymore. What happened? What happened to the invasion in Amashu? Nope, stop. No. Now we gotta go back to the last episode because what's happening? I don't understand. I've completely lost track of everything. Everything. Nothing makes sense anymore. I don't know what's happening in this show. Where are we? How do we get here? What happened to Amashu? Why are we just here all of a sudden? Now I gotta go back to episode 4. Yeah, skip. Oh, yeah, right. They, like, escaped somehow. Like, Zuko and Iroh. I think Zuko showed up and rescued him from the people who were taking him somewhere. And, like, there was the whole thing with like, there was the fight between Aang and Boomy, and do you see what the effect this type of writing has when you try and cram everything into these few episodes? Like, I have trouble remembering what happened and in what order. Where, like, Sokka and Katara were in the Cave of Two Lovers, and then for some reason, and then the Badger Moles led them out for some reason. I don't remember. I don't remember. Why were Sokka and Katara in the Cave of Two Lovers again? I just totally lost track. But like, yeah, this scene. Fire Nation forces are on the move. They'll be here by dawn. They're under attack. Oh, this is the part that I missed. The part where Boomy's like, we got this, you guys can leave. That caught me off guard. So, like, okay, so we just skipped that fight scene. Okay, that's annoying. That could have been like a really epic fight scene, seeing Aang and Boomy team up against these Fire Nation forces. Like, the whole scene in the Northern Air Temple episode, but Boomy's there. That would have been an absolutely bombastic fight scene. And instead, we just don't have that. That's a huge missed opportunity. I can already feel it. I can already feel this show really draining the energy out of me. Kind of like how the Fire Nation drained the life out of this forest. Oh, that's an obvious... No, really, because I thought the Water Tribe burned down the forest. That's got to be the dumbest scene I've seen so far. What the... The Fire Nation. Oh, who could have burned down the forest? I just don't know. Well, thankfully, there's this conveniently placed saucer with a big fat fire symbol on it. No, not again, no. I am absolutely reeling from how stupid this writing is. That was so dumb. Oh, man. Okay, we're good. We still got like another 40 minutes. Not even 40 minutes, more like 45 minutes. How is it your fault that the Fire Nation burned down the forest? How could you have possibly known? Could you be more self-important? I mean, I know you're the Avatar, but, like, you can't be everywhere at once. Get over it. Can you shut up? This kid's getting really annoying. This is the part where they find the seed that obviously they're going to show to Heibai to let him know, hey, it's okay, the forest will grow back, it's going to survive, and all that kind of thing. Some Fern Gully crap right here. All the magic of creation exists within a single tiny seed. The circle of life. Unless there's radiation poisoning, in which case life is just gone forever. That's a neat little line. What? That was like the weakest setup ever. Sokka's just wandering around in the forest and happens upon this little girl. Why is Sokka here again? Why did he just wander out into the forest by himself? Like, he's not in the burnt part anymore. Suki. Yep. Very... I get it. I watched the cartoon. I understood that reference. She's the 14th member of Organization 13. Sorry, just the way they say that name, it sounds a whole lot like Shion. Isn't Shion also the name of a character in Bloody Roar? Yep. Ooh, what's Heibai gonna look like in this? It better be some top-notch CG. And then, of course, predictable writing. You mean like a spirit? See, this is the other problem with the series. On the one hand, you have all the weird changes that they make that totally throw me off my game, and I don't know where the episode's going. And it's just confusing. And, like, too much happens all at once. And I'm totally lost. And then there's this, where I know exactly where the episode's going, and I'm just kind of just waiting for it to be over, you know? Like, I already know what's going to happen. Like, I remember the cartoon, okay? It was a classic. And now I'm just watching the live-action version of it. It's not inspired or interesting or cool. What? You want to run that by me again? How do you know that? I said, how do you know that? What was that line? I wish this guy was not part of the show. Lieutenant G seems really annoying. To me, like the fact that he looks like Zhao, but he's not Zhao. It still bothers me that Zuko still has both his eyebrows. Honey, I'm busy with work right now. Because everything's about you. Ooh, the archers. Oh, whoa. Okay. Dang. This is actually a bit of, this is a bit of role reversal that I actually kind of like. We can see more of the kind of grip that Ozai has on Azula and her psyche. The way that, it feels like the Employee Month episode of SpongeBob. Scaring Azula into staying on top with the fear that Zuko might sneak up on her. That there might come a day when Azula's not the favorite child anymore. Keeping her on her toes. Very interesting. Like it's... How do I put this? It's not as one-sided as it used to be in the cartoon. Where Ozai was always down on Zuko and never really believed in him. But always believed in Azula. Gave her every opportunity to succeed. Gave her all the support in the world. Because she was turning out the way Ozai wanted her to. Now it's more even, but still in a way that's very nefarious. Where he's really pitting his children against each other in a very nasty way. I like that. I like that in this villain, and this is supposed to be full screen. Wait a second. Oh, okay. How do you know so much about the spirit world already? You feel it. Man, this kid really does have the Force, doesn't he? I crack jokes about it in that first couple episodes, but he really does just straight up have the Force. What? What? Katara, that is absolutely wild to hear come out of your mouth. This is role reversal that I do not like. That's something Sokka should have said. Sokka should have been like, you can't help everyone. Whereas Katara was the one... Well, I'm pretty sure Sokka actually did say something like that. You can't save everyone. But you know what Katara said? Katara once said, I will never ever turn my back on people who need me. That's what Katara said. And these people are in need. And then Katara says, you can't save everyone. What is this writing? What is this? Feels like only like maybe 33% of this show someone comes in and actually cooks. And the rest of the time it's just stale, moldy ingredients lying on a kitchen counter, not being used properly at all. Great. So just wander the forest. Great. Oh no. Oh, a piece of wood. Calm down, man. Whoa. Oh, it's this thing. I remember the big bear statue. I don't remember that it had a bunch of little bear statues all around it. Oh man, it reminds me of when I used to watch Little Bear as a kid. Wait, what? Why is there a claw mark on the bear statue's face? That didn't seem right. Probably gonna start glowing. Just gonna guess. Wow, he really sat there this whole time and still hasn't started glowing, huh? There we go. Oh my gosh, that looks terrible. That actually looks like garbage. That is a terrible effect. Is he glow? What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? 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 How? I'm just as lost as Sokka. What happened? Wobble, wobble, warble, flurble, wobbly bits, magic, whatever, hoodoo, voodoo, whatever. Katara and Sokka are just now here too. You know, variety is the spice of life. This episode, it don't got the spice. You know, it was interesting to see how Aang handles himself when he has to do things on his own. And that's how the spirit world stuff works. He's mostly on his own. He has to find a way to work with spirits, beings he knows very little about, and just kind of come to terms with the strange alien world. Again, all on his own. It's interesting to see familiar characters put in unfamiliar circumstances. That's fun. That's cool. So, when Aang goes to the spirit world, and then the show goes, oh, by the way, Sokka and Katara are there too. That's not a fun, interesting new idea. That's just more of the same. It's Aang and Katara and Sokka. Aang still has a safety net. He still has people he can talk to, people who are there to help him. Like, there's no paradigm shift. When Aang went to the spirit world, it was a very alien experience. When he went there for the first time, he was in over his head. In a dangerous place, all on his own. No bending, no nothing. But an open face and an open heart. Just trying to appease the spirits. But now that he has Katara and Sokka here, that aspect no longer exists. It's just another episode of The Last Airbender. Completely generic, lacking in flair, not a special episode at all. Oh, chromatic aberration. That's how you know it's getting real. I'm a little tired of chromatic aberration. I feel like it's an overused effect that's just a cheap way to get a splash of color into a scene. You know what would help you not cause trouble? If you didn't wear your Fire Nation colors into Earth Kingdom territory. You've got the Fire Nation insignia on your belts in gold, very prominent. Do you not want to try and blend in? Iroh's got his red robe on. This is stupid. The setup for this is dumb. Did you not want to check the contents of the purse before you took it? Yeah, sure, let's just rattle off some more cheap references to the highly superior cartoon. I wish June was here. June's a good character. Then again, maybe I wish June wasn't here, because it would just mean that she would... Are you freaking serious? I was just gonna say maybe I don't want June to be here because then she would get ruined. I gotta clip that. I gotta turn that into like a short. Because that was too good. That was really... that was really good. Oh boy. The Cheshire Cat. Oh boy, who could it possibly be? Okay. I think that might be the original voice actor. Interesting. Why can't I remember the name of this guy? I like how he's kind of lampshading the fact that Sokka and Katara should not be in this episode.
All we want is to find our missing girls, and we'll get out of here.
There is one who lives in a stone hut not far beyond the woods.
Hey, it looks good. I like the CG on Big Owlman.
Wait. What do you mean about David? What could happen to him?
There are things in here that will reveal truths to humans. Truths they're never prepared to face. It will show them who they really are.
Okay. This is a strange new element, but I'm interested.
Stay on the path.
Dang. Ooh, the blue fire.
That was intense. Yeah.
Man. No, no, that's good writing. That's actually very in character with Azula. The constant fear of not being good enough. The overcompensation. That's the Azula that I know. Hmm. She's also hot. That helps. It's weird that June's the one who said that Iroh was kind of cute when before in the cartoon she thought he was just creepy. More role reversal. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Good work, Zuko. Always welcome the degenerate goth girl into your midst. But what's up with the audio? I think it got turned down too low.
Yeah. Yeah, I can deal with the truth. What I can't deal with is getting eaten by some giant spirit monster.
You had to say something.
Oh boy. I think that might be our fourth spirit. Yep. Oh, he looks cool. I was worried about what he was going to look like, but that's really, like, yeah.
Welcome, friends. Would you like some cake? That's
I'll go ahead and give that my stamp of approval.
Just stay on the path. Babel said it'd be okay as long as we stay on the
He looks like a mix between Heibai and the Cloverfield monster. In a good way. If only you had brought that little acorn to the spirit world with you. Oh, yeah. Hey, that's cool. I like that.
I can't bend. I can't bend. I can't either. Look out!
Yep. Because you're in the spirit world, there's no elements.
Hey, Skunky, why don't you pick on someone your own size?
And who would you suggest, Sokka?
Didn't mean me.
Oh boy. Oh, that's cool. He's got the crazy light coming out of his mouth. Looks like Godzilla's atomic breath from the 50s. Okay, I'm getting the hell out of there. After a weird talking fox comes up to me, it just starts saying, pain, pain.
It's in a lot of pain.
I must have landed harder than I thought. I'm a little discombobulated.
You're funny.
And you're a talking fox. And again, not the craziest thing I've seen today.
Why does a talking fox have a cute voice?
My friends prefer to get eaten by that monster.
That voice sounds kind of
Pain does changes you.
foxy.
Don't you know what it's like to be hurt?
Well, these scratches are making me pretty irritable.
Do you always make jokes when you don't want to talk about something?
What? That's not what I do.
You should go. I hope you can recombobulate.
Huh. Oh, that was weird. Oh, is this like the fog from that stupid episode of Legend of Korra? You know, the one stupid episode of Legend of Korra? Like they weren't all stupid? Oh, are we doing the swamp? Is that what we're doing? See, when you disassemble the entire series and then mash them all together like Lego bricks, it makes it very disorienting. When you don't know what episode you're in anymore.
Tara. There you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh boy.
This can't be. Is it really? What?
What do I feel like this is... This feels like the weird spiral hypnosis thing from Gurren Lagann where everyone gets their minds like quantum leapt into some alternate timeline.
It's just been so long. Come on. We're late. I'm telling you, your strands are stronger. I didn't say it wasn't stronger. I said it was a waste. Katara, you're not braiding. You know I was never good at this. Sokka used to tease me. Where's Sokka? He and your father should be back from their fishing expedition soon.
Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. Katara's having like a Groundhog Day moment where she remembers what's going to happen.
I can't bend. You will. I know it. Someday, you are going
It was weird, but kind of cool. Oh boy. This scene's okay. It's nice to have a nice stretch of episode where I don't feel like I gotta complain about something. Oh, is Guitar gonna cause like a time paradox here or something? Oh, I can see the costume design on the Southern Raiders. I like how it's very show accurate. Or cartoon accurate, I should say. Mm.
Whatever you do, don't come out.
Yeah, look at that. That helmet design is spot on.
We're dead because of you.
Oh boy. Lock in, Katara. Oh boy. Is this the actual thing? Don't tell me this is what actually happened.
Wait. It's me.
Oh. Katara got her mom killed in this version. That's what it was. She was... Jeez. Toasty. Katara was trying to waterbend to save her mom, and that almost got her caught. So her mom turned herself in. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. It's Ko the Face Stealer appearing as like the evil Fire Nation guy. What? Oh yeah, that time I was getting waterboarded. What? What scene is this? Your dad was waterboarding you? What the...
Spirits of water, witness to this mark. For the strength and leadership displayed during his ice launching trials, I grant this mark of the wise. Sokka. To my son.
That's just a symbol of Jeskai. So part of becoming a warrior of the water tribe is you have to get waterboarded? That's hardcore, bro. Huh. Something kind of sus about these folks.
Is this how you pass a test? I'd hate to see you do a code and you fail.
Dang.
I didn't think you'd get in that much trouble like this. If it weren't for you, soccer would have wrecked us.
Oh.
It was a tricky run. Even I only saw the breakers at the last second. You don't have to make excuses for it. I pulled
Whoa.
We really had to prove ourselves better.
Hold on a second. Is Bato really cutting deep like this?
Everyone is meant to help people's lives in their hands.
Jeez. This is crazy. So one of two things is happening. Either the spirit world is messing with their minds and showing them some horrible twisted version of their memories that plays into their fears, or this is showing their memories for real, and Bato is way more of a bastard in the live action version than he ever was in the cartoon. In the cartoon, he was a totally cool guy, but in this, he's a jackass. That's awful. You suck, Bato. Get out of here. Yo. That is brutal. Oh, golly.
Give in to your despair.
Oh no, is Ko gonna show up here too? Yo, Ko is cool in this version. I mean, he was cool in the last version too, but now he's like, he's getting pretty hardcore. Ah, there he is.
What have we here? Someone who can resist? That can't be possible. Unless,
He looks pretty cool.
of course,
The Avatar.
old friend, the Avatar. I should say so. One of your previous incarnations tried to slay me.
Why would I try to kill you?
Oh, it was something about stealing the face of someone you love.
You know all about stealing, don't you?
Perhaps you come to return what you stole from me.
I don't know what you're talking about. All I want is to find my friends.
Your friends? Now why would I let you play with my food?
Alright, I'm getting to this. Ko's actually doing stuff now. Oh boy, what's this gonna be? Oh, Gyatso's little hut, I guess. I just didn't recognize it because I'm used to them being in the mountains, you know?
Finally made it!
I know it's hard to believe, but it's waiting there. There are lots of illusions here, but you emerge from the fog. This is real. Recognize this? Remember the last game we played?
There's about to be some BS. Come on. Do it. Okay. Wait, what? No, no, no. Run that back. Most who perished. Most who perished moved on in the great cycle. Chose a different path. But okay, I know it's like a fantasy series, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be like the exact same as Buddhism, beat for beat. But I'm used to the idea that enlightenment means you break free from the cycle of reincarnation because you achieve nirvana. Not the idea that being reincarnated is part of the path to enlightenment. This feels like a very backwards interpretation of classic Buddhism. Like, what? What is going on here? So this is for real, huh? Shouldn't this be the scene where Roku shows up? Why have we still not seen Roku? You know, the second most famous avatar behind Aang. The one with the closest connection to Aang because he was his immediate predecessor. Where's Roku? It just seems like any excuse to not have Roku in this show. They'd rather show off Kyoshi. They'd rather show off Gyatso. No Roku yet. No Roku at all. And Roku was kind of a really immensely important character. But you know what? I get that Kyoshi and Gyatso, they were important too, but I honestly don't think they were as important as Roku. This feels like strange priorities. I think that is from that stupid episode of Legend of Korra. Yep, that does sound like Legend of Korra. No, that was... No. What? What? No, Heibai. Because Heibai was angry about the forest being burned and he took it out on the villagers. This is all wrong. Roku. No. Kuruk. Kuruk was the one who contended with Ko. But only after Ko got the face of his lover. And he regretted not doing something about it sooner. so confusing.
Aang,
It was not Roku, it was Kuruk. I don't think I like this. Like, the thing that stung about the Air Nomads being wiped out by the Fire Nation was that they were all gone. Forever. Like, no do-overs, no take-backsies, no nothing. Now, there's an airbender chilling out in the spirit realm, ready to talk to Aang whenever he wants. Knowing that there's another airbender just kind of waiting in the wings, always there, available to give Aang guidance, when this is more a show about Aang, you know, sort of coming of age and finding his own path. Without his past, without his old mentors, without any of that. He's mostly got to do it on his own. And it feels like the themes of the series are being muddled here. It's also an illusion. Okay. Why did Aang leave the spirit world? He still doesn't have his friends. Did you forget about your... Oh no, wait, right, because Roku's supposed to help him. I'm sorry, but do you really have time to go to the Avatar Temple in the Fire Nation and then go back to where Ko's nest is? That's a big trip. Yeah. It's not small. No. This is so wrong. What? So now Sokka and Katara are not going to be there for the trip to the Fire Nation Temple. I thought that the solution would be to try and appease Heibai and try and get him on your side, and then Aang and Heibai would team up against Ko. Heibai would be a powerful ally. I mean, it's another spirit. Spirits can fight other spirits. I think Ko would get his ass whooped. But no, instead we're going all the way to the Fire Nation to ask Roku for help. Aang, where are you? Where are you? The Avatar Temple is supposed to be on an island alone. Completely isolated. Wait, so that's the end of the episode? Yeah, I guess it is. No, stop. I forget how long the credits are. Man, that episode had me so divided. So many times when I just rubbed my forehead in frustration. Or like, because so much happened in the last episode, I totally lost track of what was going on. So, not being on my proper footing when the episode started, that was a problem. Weird details like showing up to an Earth Kingdom village in Fire Nation attire and expecting help, that was crooked. This part here with the with like Ozai and Azula, that was good. I liked that. Katara and Sokka coming to the spirit world with Aang. I'm not really sure how to feel about it. Like, I liked the individual elements, but I do not feel like they were executed or incorporated properly. It felt very jumbled. Like, it's clear in hindsight that the whole point of bringing Sokka and Katara into the spirit world was for that plot element to act as a vehicle to learn more about their pasts. And these little changes to their backstories are interesting. They are interesting, but I don't know if this was the best way to breach these subjects. I still really felt like the way the cartoon did it was best, where Aang was on his own. And the idea that Sokka and Katara just accidentally get brought along for the ride seems so contrived. I don't really agree with that decision. Mixing up the part of like the finale of season 1 with this episode here, that seems weird. The whole thing with Heibai, like that whole plot point got totally mixed up. The whole point of this was that the forest got burned, the forest spirit got angry and spirited people away. But no, now it's Ko. Ko's the one who's preying on people. Why? It's like at some point in this episode we just totally switched tracks. This episode was supposed to be about Heibai, and it just kind of suddenly veered off into being about Ko. In not a very organic way. I don't know. I feel like it's like I said, right? My comment about how like it's only 33% of the show they let somebody cook, and then the rest of it is just stale, moldy ingredients sitting on a counter, not being used properly. The way I feel about that's kind of the way I feel about the whole show. Is good ideas locked in a bad show. That's what it is. Somebody's got great ideas, but they are not allowed to flourish the way that they should. It's all clogged up in a bunch of nonsense. Now, this is actually the opposite of the way the cartoon went and how I and a lot of people felt about the cartoon, where the cartoon was lightning in a bottle. Because it was this wondrous like miracle concoction of getting the right animators, the right voice actors, the right directors, the right everybody to work together in the exact perfect way to make this almost peerless cartoon show. Whereas this is an example of everything that's wrong with creativity through committee, where it's people with different ideas that seem to just interfere with each other. Too many cooks in the kitchen. Sometimes it's faithful to the show, other times it wants to go in its own direction, and where the two shall meet, it's just a big car crash. But I'm gonna call it early this time. I felt like that was a draining experience, that last episode. So next stream, the 22nd, One Piece should be back. I do suspect, though, that once it does come back, it's just going to go right back to being on break for the holiday season. We'll see. But next Sunday, I figure it'll be, reading the One Piece chapter, and then we'll dive into watching the last 3 episodes of Flixbender, and then that'll wrap up the series, and then I don't know about the 29th, because I'm going on vacation with my family for Christmas, and then we'll be back in time for the 29th, but I don't know if I'm going to be ready to stream by the 29th, because after a big vacation, you got to take some time to unwind, unpack, settle back into things, get all your affairs in order. I'm probably going to need to like grocery shop and make plans for New Year's and all sorts of other stuff. That's also probably going to be the time when Jaren, gonna see Jaren again, because he'll usually come into town to see his family that's here for Christmas and New Year's and all that kind of thing. And so that's going to be the time when I'm really going to want to spend time with him. I guess it depends on the One Piece schedule. If it's going to be on break like I expect. If it's not, then I'll probably just squeeze in like a real quick episode or real quick stream where I just check out the One Piece chapter and maybe do like another One Piece tier list or something. So that's the outlook for the next couple of weeks leading up to New Year's. But for now, thanks for checking the stream out. If you could leave a like, that'd be appreciated. If you could subscribe, even more so. Any and all contributions are appreciated. Anything to help the channel grow so we can move on to bigger and better things. Also, feel free to leave a comment and tell me what you thought about the newest episode of Digital Circus. I thought it was absolutely phenomenal. Or what you think about Flixbender. I haven't really watched any reviews of it yet, and I won't until I finish the first season. But so far, it's got me really mixed. I feel like maybe like 1 part enjoyment, but 2 parts kind of just miserable. Honestly. I'm not 100% on the writing, but again, feel free to share your opinion in the comments, whether you agree or disagree, or tell me if you have any idea on where I should put these figures here, because I still don't really know exactly what to do with them. Or ideas for other like decorations, because I could always swap out these Power Ranger signatures for something else. Like I mentioned before, I'm kind of cooking up like a little Guyver display that's gonna go like way over there. Maybe try other stuff too, but that'll do for this stream. Again, thanks for checking it out, and I'll see you all later.